stopping first, I don't know, maybe Weber's Falls. Be a pretty decent number of miles, and then it'll be more of a chip shot in from there to the receiver. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to deal with that noise again the entirety of this shift. And let my wife know. Going live now. Alright, how you doing? On the next, whatever next leg is going to be. I was gonna call you when I get on the road here. Getting ready to do a quick little walk around though. Got me a new microphone. See if this one's any better than the one that's hooked up right now. Always didn't have problems with this one up here. I having a loose connection or whatever, and I have to unplug it and plug it back in numerous times to be able to use it. Got enough fuel to get into Oklahoma. I gotta see what's cheaper here, or I don't think I can make it to Oklahoma City on what I have. I'd probably have to stop in Sayre or something. As annoying as it is, I just tried to drown it out. It really sucks, but. Shit, that's not even the right kind of connection. This is 6-pin, not 4. I'm gonna have to get an adapter for it sometime. or get a different microphone. Yeah, that's true. I hope it's not the radio side. Because usually just unplugging the microphone and plugging it back in fixes it. Okay, reefer status check. I remembered the seal number. Last time we'll be doing this before I deliver, more than likely. I got a 4 o'clock appointment. I mean a 3 a.m. appointment. I forgot. Loves and Hookers. Say hi to Josephine. Working while cooking, but listening. Okay, yeah, no problem. If you want to hear the ding, 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 ding. Alright, let me check fuel prices between here and Oklahoma City. More so between here and Sayre. Come on, you can respond anytime. We have here for price $2.55 a gallon. What's the next one? Sayre 121. Yeah, I should be able to do Sayre. Oh yeah, $2.35 a gallon. Yeah, definitely gotta go there then. Forget getting my fuel here. New Oklahoma would be cheaper. Alright. Yeah, Jesse and Diane, you guys run through here all the time, so I mean, even more so than I do now. Now with you guys on that dedicated back and forth route. Alright. A couple more minutes before I'll get going. I'm hoping this I got this Billy Joe Burrow guy here next to me sticking way out. And then I have that other truck parked illegally along the curb over there, so I'm going to probably have to pull straight out ahead and then do basically a full 270 degree turn to get out of here. Yeah, that's true. But, well, then again, to an extent I can, though. Because right there, it tells me I got one red alert and one yellow alert. I know what the yellow one is for powertrain derate or whatever, but I don't run 20 miles an hour. And of course, that right there, the top one there is my local one. Then, so yeah, I don't know if you guys notice the difference there between the check engine and the MIL. Oh, come on. Now this CalRx sitting here in the middle of the frickin' lane. Idiots can't just go stop in a real spot. There's plenty of them open. Yeah, it looked like this guy, this Central Holland guy, looked like he was just playing with his GPS or phone or something. are you on?
Central who?
Central hauling with the Cal Arc trailer.
Oh, I'm saying empty. Sorry.
Kind of like to get out of my spot, Central hauling.
Come on, driver. Some drivers don't have CBs because they don't know how to use them.
Or they're too thin-skinned to handle a little bit of super trucker talk. Come on. I don't know if I'm... yeah. I don't think I'm far enough over to... I wasn't expecting that he'd be there too long anyway. Then not a big deal. But I don't want to. I shouldn't have to go all the way all over the freaking parking lot just to get out of my damn spot. Looks like yeah, I'm clear over there. To be an asshole to him, I just had to kindly ask him to, if he could pull forward and we're good. Then gave him a thank you wave on the way out. Uh-oh. Phone's getting hot, so I'm going to have the display off, alright? I had a feeling it was going to happen with I was pretty sure it was going to happen with the way it was, the sun was shining directly on it. Yeah, so hopefully I can get through the Oklahoma way stations without any problems. Not even going to waste my time putting coolant in. Keep the truck running within a normal temp, even without the coolant in it, so not like it's a big deal. I ended up running about 655 miles yesterday. Should be a little less than 500 from here. I think about 490, might come up to closer to 500 with odometer calibration and maybe stops. So I can technically do that without before my 8-hour clock runs out. Well, if I have to stop for fuel, probably won't be able to do it without a 30-minute break, but not a big deal. I can't check in any sooner than 2 a.m. anyway. And I kind of figure even with a half-hour break, actually even with an hour break, I can get there probably about 1:30 or so. South to north wind going through here right now. Just steer off to the right a little bit there for a second to go straight. Used to be as soon as you get past past the 287 south cutoff, it went up to 75. Maybe just a continuation of the construction that's not even here. So what is that? Seven Feathers their property. I didn't take a close enough look and see if it was actually something sent by Swift or if somebody just had an outbox an unsent message that said it as a joke. Because I have seen that happen before too. Yeah, that's a big bird. Is that an emu or something, or ostrich? I don't know. And I should be back up to 75 now. Now we're out of the construction zone. Now they tried to give me a reload going from Pottsville down to Florida, but I had to reject it because my truck needs to go to the shop. Much as I don't like to reject loads, because usually if they give me something, it's more often than not going to be the best option available. But I had to reject on the ground that I need maintenance, and I let them know, hey, I got a coolant leak and I need to get it fixed. This morning, but my milk that's in the truck here is going bad. Then I went inside the store to try and buy more, and they were out. They had chocolate milk, but no, they had a half gallon of chocolate milk, but that's it. The other truck stops that I've been to tend to have milk, but no chocolate milk. So I ended up having to just get something from Denny's instead. Looking at the chart yesterday for the new cases of COVID-19 each day, and it looked like yesterday actually was a hint of possible slowing. Gonna go more on day by day, see if it starts to taper off any at all, but Be nice if it does turn out that it's the start of the flattening trend there with the new cases. Across the Texas Panhandle. State stats too, and New York is especially bad. I mean, what can you really do with a place like that, with densely populated, huge city? LA's got like half as many people, but and I think it covers a larger area too. You said you were at the rest area up here. I think, I assume the one up here, the one, whatever, that big ass one on the westbound side. I'm sure you've already left by now, right? You somewhere, you already in New Mexico again, or what? Let's see when it does come across. I only know I got a new message because it's on it just came across my phone notification. I'll wait till it comes in. Wait till it comes across my Qualcomm and I hit the play button. We're good. Almost to Santa Rosa, okay. Are you already on? Are you going back to Colton now, or where do you usually deliver to when you guys are on your way back to Cali? I-40 will be closed on the 31st. Why? I assume for construction. Be a good halfway point between Amarillo and Clarksville, but I feel like 250 miles is too close to stop. I usually like to do at least 300 before I stop for a break. You can maybe run, I like to run like maybe 150 or so, and then stop and get out of the truck for a few, whatever, and then run another 150, take a 30 or so. Or like yesterday, yesterday I went non-stop from, was it Williams, over to Jamestown to get fuel. Then I ran non-stop from Jamestown to Santa Rosa. I think I was about 480 miles total before I stopped for a break. want to go past Oklahoma City before I stop again. So I'm kind of tentatively thinking Weber's Falls or somewhere in that area for a 30-minute break, and then just run it in once I'm in Weber's Falls. McLean and Riverside, okay. It's been a while since I've been to that McLean. Actually, any of the customers over there, right on the border of Reno Valley and Riverside. Cisco, McLean, who else over there? Smart and Final. I know of at least 3 or 4 customers we deliver to over there. Been some time since I've been to any of them. To that Cisco warehouse was before that F-16 crashed into the building that was right across the street from Cisco.
Important received today at 2:41 p.m. Pre-planned order 1785210 is canceled.
Alright, so Yantane's gonna, I guess, look for something different. Talking about how you can hit the play button on the Qualcomm to play that message that's up. Definitely comes in handy. I never used it before either until I'd watch Scotty's streams and I'd hear his talking to him and telling him the messages. I'm like, what's he doing? Because I always have my volume all the way down to nothing. I don't like to hear bitch and Benny. Most of the time, so and just decided after watching Scotty's streams, hey, maybe I should do the same thing. Or stupid GPS barking order directions at me all the time that I don't even need to hear anyway. Conway, Texas here. What am I thinking Arkansas for? I'm still 2 states away from Arkansas. dealers up in Dalhart off of US 54. But I called the dealer in Oklahoma City, but they said they close at 5 o'clock. But shit, okay, I can't get there by 5, so it's kind of a moot point. Seeing if I can get get a replacement part from them along the way to Clarksville. I got another new message coming in a few minutes. Maybe a new pre-plan. So I asked them for something that I could possibly route through the yard on the way to the receiver, so I can get my truck worked out at the yard. Yesterday with when I was playing music, remember I was talking about how AC/DC always gets my streams blocked? Sure enough, and I didn't even play very much of it, Dirty Deeds Done Dirt Cheap. Didn't even play it very long before I cut it off, and it still blocked my video. Just that one song.
Message has arrived. Message 107. Important received today at 2:47 p.m. Okay, we'll see what we can do, Chalk.
Hey, Lisa. Singer I'd never even heard of before, Joe Diffie or whatever the hell his name is, just died at age 61 from coronavirus. Never even heard of the guy. I do gotta get through some of these. I have some voice aloud news stuff that I need to get out of the way too.
Wondering what ultra-low or even negative interest rates will do to the financial markets, you are not alone. Warren Buffett is wondering too. To be clear though, he's not particularly freaked out. Vexed but not freaked. As yields on U.S. Treasury securities fall to record lows, the 10-year Treasury yield (TNX) dropped to 0.398% at one point this week. Many worry that negative interest rates, already prevalent in Japan and Europe, will soon arrive on our shores. If that were to be the case, what the heck would it mean? I asked Warren Buffett about negative rates last week during an interview at Berkshire Hathaway, BRKB, headquarters in Omaha. First, Buffett conceded that in general the bond market with its super low rates and wildly swinging yield curve is really crazy. But then he made it clear that neither he nor his partner Charlie Munger have any expertise or any interest in predicting where interest rates are headed. Charlie and I focus on what's knowable and important, he said. Now, interest rates are important, but we don't think they're knowable. Warren Buffett. Buffett talked to me about his circle of competence. My circle of competence doesn't include the ability to predict interest rates a day from now, or a year from now, or 5 years now. Can I function without knowing that? It's the same way as predicting what business is going to do, what the stock market's going to do. I can't do any of those things. But that doesn't mean I can't do well investing over time. As for negative rates per se, Buffett says the situation is unbelievable. When I asked Buffett specifically what are the actual implications of negative rates, he went positively Yoda on me. I would say that's the most important question in the world, said the Oracle of Omaha. And I don't know the answer. Now, if we knew the answer, it wouldn't be the most important question. Oh. Me, I don't like that. Buffett, no, but it's true. Another question to Warren, has investing in equities changed given the interest rate environment? It reduces the hurdle rate, he says. That's why business people, investors, governments, like to decrease it. It pushes asset values higher. Final question, do negative rates scare you, Warren? They puzzle me, Buffett said. But they don't scare me. That's an answer which should give us some, but not total comfort.
Yeah, I agree.
Mark your calendars. Andy Serwer is editor-in-chief of Yahoo Finance.
The negative yields are more likely to affect only the short-term bond yields. Now, they might affect the mid-term bonds, but long-term rates, I doubt are going to hit that low. So, Alistair, where are you located? So you're gonna go to a regular CDL school to, when you do get that? Regular CDL school, and one that actually takes longer to do than what the mega trucking companies do. I think you might be better off in the long run. Tampa, okay. You're choosing company training. A lot of the companies will pay for your CDL though. As long as you do a contract with them for, just say after you complete the CDL school and get your license, as long as you drive for them for a certain amount of time, they pay for it. Now, I have seen some the colleges or whatever even have CDL schools. Paying your own way is, I say, yes and no. Okay, I take a good example. A friend of mine, I went to, I know from when I lived in Barstow. He got his CDL through a private school that he paid for. I got my CDL through CR England that I didn't have to pay a dime for. It was just drive myself down, drive myself back up every day for a class. And then after I got my CDL, I had to drive for 6 months for CR England. It was basically a guaranteed thing where as long as I got my CDL, I had to hire on with them for, normally it was 9 months, but because I'm a Air Force vet, it was a 6-month contract. Now they do 9-month contract for vets and then 12-month for everybody else. But see, the trade-off there, now I had a guaranteed contract with the company, but the pay sucked to start off with, which is pretty much what you kind of got to expect everywhere. Whereas with him, he had a more difficult time landing a job with a company because he didn't have any experience. But the one he did end up with, he actually got paid better than I did. Until I became a trainer. And then once I became a trainer, he actually had a little more experienced trainer too. My pay went up from that. Then I was actually making more than him. So yeah, there are trade-offs. You might get better quality instruction from a school that's going to take more time to focus on all the little details. And that can actually take, oh, that's the same guy I was asking to move out of the way. Anyway, they might be able to focus more attention on you as an individual too. With, like I say, if you have a particular area like with maybe turns or your traffic checking habits or whatever, they might be able to devote more time to giving you that practice time to do that and make sure you iron out those habits first, because private school, they might not be so focused specifically on getting you your CDL. They might have time to focus on a lot more aspects of trucking. Mega companies, their CDL schools tend to be catered more towards just getting you your CDL first. And then once you have your CDL, then they have one of their supposedly experienced drivers. Now, I'm going to get into that a little bit in a second. But the idea is to have one of their experienced drivers train you to do the actual real trucking. All the little things that the CDL school doesn't teach you, because, like I say, the CDL school, usually they're only focused on is whatever DMV says that you got to be tested on. So yeah, you got your skills evaluation with the backings. Most states it's only straight back backing, offset backing, and parallel parking. California, and I don't know if there are other states involved, but I know for sure California at least. They also have another backing they do called the alley dock, 90-degree alley dock. And not everybody who tests in California does the alley dock. Some of them, so about half will do the alley dock and the other half will do the parallel park. Other states, everybody does the parallel park and nobody does the alley dock. the grass? Yeah, that might make you be a little more cautious about going around him. I thought he was going to eat shit there. Yeah, that was crazy. I'm not sure why he even ended up in the grass, but I guess he did a good job of keeping it under control and getting back on the road, though. There's a lot of people that do what he did, they would have crashed. Okay, so, yeah, no, I haven't really talked to many people who've gotten their CDLs through private schools. But now I know there are some colleges that do have CDL schools, so it was like, what was it, Nashville or Birmingham or whatever city it was I remember going through, or actually going toward and then also going through, where I saw a truck that's owned by a college doing road instruction with its students. And they actually went out and did more than just go about 20 miles out, 20 miles back kind of thing. Now, that was, they were on the same area of interstate with me for, it seemed like at least a good 100 miles. So they actually logged some time. If you went the school route, would you still do a couple months of the training with the trainer before getting your truck? And I don't. That's a good question there. There's a possibility you would, because when you're inexperienced, there's a yellow truck heading right to pass me, by the way, Lisa. Yellow Peterbilt. Companies are a little reluctant to hire inexperienced drivers because the insurance costs, and there's such a high risk of you having an accident when you're inexperienced. I don't care how good your Class C driving record is, no matter how good you are, you're far more likely to have an accident in a truck, even if it's a small one, like in a truck stop or something. Far more risky. There's another yellow one coming at us. Now, I mean, it can be managed, of course. It's just a matter of attention to detail. Have your damn head on a swivel. But as far as companies like carriers, they're always carriers who need drivers, so you might end up having to go with maybe a not so reputable company or something, or maybe a smaller one, which actually is a great fit for some people and not so good fit for others. Just got to test the waters, I guess, and they may or they might want to do like a road eval with you or something, or just maybe a few days or something, if even that, just to see how your driving habits are. And if they think you look okay, then they might set you free with one of their trucks. Maybe if we get some of the other truck drivers you watch, Jamie Good, Mother F Trucker, some of the other people I know who might have gotten their CDLs from somewhere other than a mega company, might be able to get you a better answer on that. whether it's a self-paid thing like you're talking about doing, or going through a company-sponsored school. Because it used to be, all you had to do was, to get a CDL, was pass all the tests. You have, the general, what was it, then the articulated vehicles test, and then, what was it, air brake test? It's been a while now. I think those are the 3 written that you have to do. And I think the air brake one, if I remember right, you have to ace it to pass it. What else there? Oh yeah. Back in California, it used to be where you could, as long as you pass those 3, you could get your CDL. I mean, your CLP, Commercial Learner Permit. Wait on this pickup to... I got 2 pickups gaining on me here. I'll also wait on both of them to go by. Come on, pickup. So it used to be you could just pass those written tests and also have your DOT physical done, as long as you have a valid DOT physical. And you pass the test and you get your CLP. And then when you have your CLP, you can have it for 14 days minimum, and then test for your CDL. Whether or not you got any kind of quality training on any of that, you can test for it. Now, you get 3 attempts to pass the CDL test, if I remember right, and if you fail it, then you have to redo it. Or you have to pay basically again. Correct, yeah, the weekend, I can't do anything on the weekend, Eric. And it doesn't help me if there's no dealer in Amarillo. I called the dealer in Oklahoma City to ask to see what. I found out they are open, but they close at 5 o'clock, and I won't. It's already 5 o'clock now there, so shit out of luck there. And I already lost a reload because of that. They tried to reload me from Pottsville down to Florida, but I had to reject it because I need maintenance done on my truck. Like in California, like I was saying, that's how it used to be with getting the CDL, and that's how a lot of states used to be. California now has a requirement: you have to get your CDL through a school. You can't just do the test for your CLP and then do 14 days with your CLP and then test on your own. You have to go to a certified school now. Washington State, and I know some other states have also done the same thing. I don't know about Florida, if they have the same rule in effect there or not. Well, you're looking at going to a school anyway, so it's not really going to affect you. And it really is to your benefit to do a school regardless, because there really is a lot involved with truck driving that. It's a lot more than just moving the vehicle down the road like a lot of people might think it is. Got a lot of math to do, a lot of paperwork to do. There's a lot. It takes skills to be able to back a truck into a spot without having an accident. Yeah, it also takes attention to detail to avoid being involved in an accident. And trucking companies don't take kindly to accidents that could have been avoided. Even if it's not your fault for the accident, if they find that the accident could have been avoided, a lot of companies will actually fire you just for that one little mistake. Way too much liability. A lot of people don't understand there's a difference between criminal cases cases and civil cases as far as the accidents are concerned. When you have an accident, well, let's just say involving a truck and a car, and the cops show up. The cops are only concerned about one thing: who do they give a ticket to, or who do they arrest if they need to? That's it. And they can determine fault, and then determine if a citation or an arrest is warranted based on the facts of the case, of the incident. Whatever. On the cop side of it, of course, is it your fault or is it not your fault? But trucking, they have in the trucking companies a category. Actually, I think even DOT. Well, trucking companies categorize it in 3 ways. Actually, maybe even 4, I'd say. Got at fault, avoidable, stupid, and it was your fault for the accident. Got also an at fault, unavoidable, where, or maybe, no, I don't know. I'd say anything at fault is avoidable, so I'm not even sure if that even is a category. I've always only heard 3 anyway. And then you got not at fault, avoidable, which means it was the other driver is primarily at fault. Doesn't mean that you don't have any responsibility for it. It just means that they are primarily to blame. Like maybe that other driver got the ticket and you didn't, or something. But avoidable means that you could have done. It was determined that you could have done something to prevent the accident from happening in the first place. Carriers have the expectation that if you can do something to avoid an accident, you better do it. Does not matter who's the idiot. Doesn't matter if it's the other driver who's the idiot or if you're the idiot. They don't want it happening, period. Then, of course, you got not at fault, unavoidable, where there's just nothing you could have done to avoid it in any way, shape, or form. Very few accidents are considered unavoidable, though. Almost every accident you ever see out here is something that can be treated as avoidable by even if 2 people are involved and 2 drivers are involved and only one is really at fault. You take it, and this is something I learned from aviation too. You just take out one single thing out of the chain of events that take place, and a lot of times you don't have an accident at all. No matter what is actually the at-fault reason. So it doesn't matter if the other guy ran a red light or ran a stop sign and ran into you. You should have known better if you say, even if you know that they were coming and you knew that there was a way for you to adjust your speed or position or whatever to prevent it from happening, you better do it. Too. Always assume it's the truck driver's fault. And we hate it, but in reality, there's truth to it. Because like I say, on the cop side of it, it's the other driver's fault or it's your fault. But they only care about the criminal and law enforcement side of it. That's it. When you get into civil court, when you got insurance companies battling over an incident, well, it might be primarily the other driver's fault, but if the other driver's insurance company or the other driver themselves can prove in court that you did something wrong that contributed to it, they can put at least minority fault on you, and that means financial liability for you and or the carrier. And a lot of people don't get that part. It costs the carrier a shitload of money when you have an accident that could have been avoided. Even if it was the other driver's fault primarily. If you had let's just say you're stopped at a red light, and someone runs, you proceed into the intersection on a fresh screen and get plowed into by a red light runner. Especially in a truck, you really have no excuse at all for being in that accident. There is no way you can say that you had an unavoidable, unless the visibility was that bad that you just can't see it. Like you carefully creep into the lane, trying to check, very carefully check traffic, and you have no choice but to be in the lane to actually to see down the lane. And very few intersections are like that. Vast majority of intersections, you can clearly see enough, or if you turn your head, you will see them. You don't want to be that guy dealing with that. Just imagine if you're an owner-operator, and now you're running on your own authority, what happens? Now you're financially liable, and your insurance might not cover something just because they might find that it's your fault or something. And now you're financially liable for a whole bunch of money for damage and medical or whatever else for the other driver, even if it was the other driver's primary fault. So for that reason, I cannot stress enough: if you are accident prone in a car, I would say don't even bother getting a CDL. If you don't know how to be attentive enough to details in a car, then you're going to be 10 times worse than a truck. But if you have a clean driving record and you believe that you're good with details and all that, and don't get complacent, I absolutely advocate for if you have an interest in driving and want to get into the industry and into the lifestyle, absolutely do it. You brought up there, Eric, because this is something that I talk about regularly when I'm driving myself. When I'm at intersections with traffic lights, my best advice is always drive at least 5 miles an hour below the posted speed limit. The reason why is exactly what Eric talked about there. If you're doing the speed limit, you're going to find that you cannot stop very quickly. You need usually twice as much space to stop as a car does. And those speed limits and then the traffic lights themselves, they tend to be timed with the car's stopping ability in mind, not yours. And even if you can stop on time, you still have freight in the back of your trailer. And now Eric is especially a good example here, because Eric pulls flatbed now. If he has to slam down his brakes for an intersection, for a light or whatever, he slams his brakes, and his load could actually slide forward and actually go right through the back of his truck and kill him. Don't mess around with intersections like that. I always recommend doing at least 5 miles an hour below the posted speed limit if you have a traffic light in the neighborhood. If you expect that the light might change, definitely be at least 5 miles below. That way, if it does change, you're in a better position to be able to stop effectively without having a hard brake, and less risk of also having to run a red light. Thanks for mentioning that, Eric. learn to slow down. If they come to a stop, now like Eric said, just run it if you have to, and then blow your air horn if you really have to as well to make sure people know. And just take it as a, hey, you made a mistake, lesson learned. Don't make a habit of doing that. And think of ways, hey, if I had to run this red light, then I did something wrong. How can I avoid having this red light violation next time? Because as it is, I might end up getting a red light violation myself pretty soon here with when I made that delivery over in Batavia, Illinois. That was exactly the situation I was in. I was doing the posted speed limit instead of my normal routine, which is at least 5 miles an hour below. And the light turned like 2 lights away from my receiver. It was almost at the receiver. I was going up the street right before the receiver. The light turned yellow on me. And I didn't think I could stop, so I just went ahead and ran it. And the light turned red right before I got to the limit line. And sure enough, as I'm in the intersection, I saw a light flash, and this was in the middle of the night. A light flash over there on the right side, like it was taking a picture of me. I don't know yet if I'm going to get a red light ticket for that, or if they're going to let it slide, but we'll see. And you as a professional driver should always look at it as, what can I do? What can I do to be a safer and more professional driver? If you're not going to have that attitude down here, you shouldn't be. I'm a good boy. Might be a really good driver, but I'm not perfect. I make mistakes like everybody else. The question is, can I learn from what mistakes I do make? And can I do it without learning the hard way? That's to say, the costly way. Astute professional in the world with the mannerisms either, behaviors. I mean, you guys hear me cuss out other drivers sometimes or whatever, or go on my soapbox rants that often are triggered by like the Quora articles or whatever. So I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm a freaking angel. I'm not. But key here is to make yourself a better person. And understand that we're all human. Even the most professional and safe driver out here, they can still make mistakes. press on the amber light instead of slowing down. That's an interesting term. You can always back off your throttle for a second while you wait for that car to get by you and then move over. That way you don't have to be riding my ass to get over here. To get over until you can get over. But that takes a little bit more brain power than you're capable of, apparently. Go the same way that ours do, Lisa. Ours go from green to yellow and then to red. And then when they turn green again, it goes straight from red to green. Ignore the yellow truck going the other way. There's nothing to see here. Lights go straight from green to red. I've never seen that. Now, Lisa, I have seen when I've been in the UK what you're talking about, where it goes from red to red and yellow and then to green. Always throws me off why that does that. Just under 30 miles to go down to Oklahoma. green thing seems more like what NHRA drag racing does. Yeah, that is true. People don't have any idea how to leave space though, whether they're on the road already or merging onto the road. They'll jam up on each other, and that's what causes a lot of the problems. Highlight motor freight. I see a lot of their trucks on the road, but I don't remember seeing their doors look like that before. Bad looking designer though. Texas. Hey, Della. Yeah, I gotta deal with that bell ringing for a while because I gotta get my load delivered first. It does, kind of. For lurkers, Della says that my buzzer sounds like a railroad crossing. Swag trucking. Apparently you care only. Shut down, my coolant level was, I had just a little bit sitting in the bottom of the reservoir, that's it. It's going to stay that way as far as I'm concerned until I'm done with my load and get the leak fixed. too. It's just runs a little hot. I mean, well, it's right now it's running a little warm because of the warm temperature. I'm gonna run the fan and it's 69 degrees right now. Yesterday I wasn't having any problem with it getting hot. Get too hot, I'll be fine. Yeah, my leak's a hose that goes to the EGR valve. It's running okay. Whether it's air or coolant, the sensor will figure out what the temperature is, and not having any problems with accuracy with it. Close your eyes, there's another yellow one coming. Coming up a mile from here. Yeah, at least I don't think you guys ever get hot enough temperatures every day. They can really do anything with it. Out here, you come to my neck of the woods in the summertime where it gets super hot, and it's not possible for the flu virus to survive in that kind of environment. station here is closed. So I'm not sure I've ever seen this one open. I don't know, I might have seen it open before and gone through it, but it's been a long time.
Bullwagon, that boy of yours enjoy that? Oh yeah, that was fun. Tell him we miss him too. Well, you guys have a good... You too, and you have a safe trip now.
Here, but not too bad.
Will do.
Yeah, I saw those pictures that Tara posted in, I think it's Scotty's group, of the tornado damage in Jonesboro, Arkansas. Yeah, that was pretty bad. Fortunately, no fatalities reported though. See, the thing is with hurricane season, Della, is that it mainly runs in the warmer months. So the time when the virus is least likely to be, the worst environment for it is also the best environment for hurricanes. We have everybody non-essential self-quarantining, but in reality they're all going, everyone's going either to the beaches or hiking trails.
California edition. Select language. Toggle menu.
Oh,
Toggle more.
that's a local one.
Search. News. Breaking news. Justin Paul Badilla sadly dies after being hit by vehicle. Justin Paul Badilla sadly dies after being hit by vehicle. By Jason Ramos. News. Breaking news posted March 28, 2026, 26 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Updated March 28, 2026, 27 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time. Share this on Facebook. Share this on email. Print. More sharing option. The content of this page is covered by and subject to our legal disclaimer. Padilla, 42, was struck on Interstate 15, south of Joshua Street in Hesperia, CA, March 24, 2020. Justin Paul Padilla was tragically struck and killed by a vehicle on Tuesday, March 24 in Hesperia. Justin Paul Padilla was tragically struck and killed by a vehicle on Tuesday, March 24 in Hesperia. Padilla, 42, was hit at about 3:53 a.m. on Interstate 15, south of Joshua Street. Sadly, Padilla was pronounced dead at the scene. The California Highway Patrol, CHP, is investigating the accident. Fatal pedestrian crash investigation. During its investigation, the CHP will try to determine what caused the vehicle to strike and kill Mr. Padilla. Approximately 6,227 pedestrians were killed in the U.S. in 2018, an increase of 250 from a year earlier, according to the Governor's Highway Safety Association. Pedestrian fatalities in the U.S. have increased 41% since 2008 and now account for 16% of all traffic fatalities. Why are more pedestrians sadly being killed? Candace Bond, an experienced pedestrian accident attorney, said that part of the increase can be attributed to the fact that more and more drivers are being distracted by their smartphones, instead of focusing on the road and pedestrians. These crashes are also often the result of negligent driving and drivers failing to yield to pedestrians. Bond, managing partner of Bond Sanchez Gordon, noted that in cases such as this it's imperative to have an independent probe conducted by a seasoned lawyer to help protect the family of a victim's rights. Having the proper resources is extremely important.
Okay, well, here's the problem here. This was on I-15. What the hell is a pedestrian even doing on I-15? Can't sit there and just blame people for not paying attention and being glued to their phones. Let's talk about the person who's on the road who should not be on the road.
Having the proper resources is extremely important in order to investigate a pedestrian accident case and prove negligence, Bond said. Road conditions, signage visibility, and road lighting are all possible contributing factors that are considered and must thoroughly be examined. These procedures are necessary for helping those who have lost a loved one receive the justice that they deserve. Bond stressed, in most instances, pedestrians possess the right of way when crossing an intersection or a street regardless if they are in a marked crosswalk. It is always a driver's duty to yield to any pedestrian. California wrongful death attorney. Pending the investigation, the family of Justin Paul Badilla may be entitled to a wrongful death claim. Family members of wrongful death victims may seek damages for loss of companionship, pain and suffering, and emotional distress following a tragic or catastrophic accident such as this tragic incident. The stress and sorrow can be extremely overwhelming after losing a loved one in an accident, said Stefano Formica, of counsel with Bond Sanchez Gordon. We understand just what families are forced to go through, and having their rights protected is vital. A wrongful death lawyer will stay updated on the official investigation and help ensure that their legal rights and best interests are protected. The legal advocates, national legal analysts Candace Bond and Stefano Formica are experienced in fatal pedestrian accidents, and if you or a family member need help they are available for a free consultation to guide you. Candace Bond, managing partner, and Stefano Formica, of counsel, at Bond Sanchez Gordon are the national legal analysts for the legal advocate. The legal advocate can and does use quotes from prior interviews with our analysts for our news articles. If you would like to contact Bond Sanchez Gordon to help you, please call 866-599-0297 or use the submission box found on this page. Legal analysts quoted may or may not be licensed in your state. Email this article. The staff of the Legal Advocate would like to extend our thoughts and prayers to Justin Paul Badilla and family. Know something we don't about this accident? Or do you have a news tip for US? Let US know. Would you like to leave well wishes or remembrances for family members? Send your message. Have a fundraiser started on behalf of those affected. Share it with US so we can let others know.
Alright, I got the Oklahoma way station coming up here. Just getting into Oklahoma right now. And it looks like the station is open from what I can tell. At least it looks more like a 4-letter word than it does a 6. Okay. Well, that'll work. The trucker go back in too. JCT coming the other way. 4087. Count on JCT trucks I saw yesterday, at least before it got too dark for me to see who's coming the other way, was 18.
Article 108 of 111. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. Are white men attracted to black women? Hamish Bond, self-employed, structural engineer 2001 present. Answered September 1st, 2017. Yes, and allow me to explain why. Statistically, marriage between black women and white men has increased 6% over the past 5 years, while marriage between a white man and woman has decreased by a staggering 9%. What is it that white men are finding so appealing in black women? I believe that feminism has dealt the largest blow to white man and woman marriages. Feminism has resulted in a white alpha woman who dictates equal power in the home and career, subsequently creating a beta role for men. This political imposition may appeal to the feel-good crowd, however, is destroying the average white American home, morphing white woman into a domestic micromanager. The woman of today greets the husband with hardness, opposed to softness, anger instead of happiness, more dictatorial than compliant, directing the husband's traffic, etc. Men and women are wired differently. Men are hunter-gatherers, have lots of testosterone floating within, and not designed to be betas. Women are designed for nurturing, caring for the family and other complex necessities to maintain the home. Men are simpler in their design, they pay the bills, ask a woman to marry, etc. Want sex, companionship and respect. Very easy to meet these very basic needs, however, the feminists of today have convinced women they are selling out if they do so. In short, white women have been programmed by society to believe that it is their duty to play the part of the alpha female in the home. The result, 44% divorce rate in white marriages. When a white man marries a black woman, the marriage is 4x more likely to succeed than white woman marriages. That needs to be restated. The marriage between a white man, black woman is 400% more likely to succeed. Firstly, black women have not bought into the whole I am woman hear me roar mentality and ideology of feminism. This in itself is a huge obstacle which is not relevant. I believe that black women come from a much more difficult and challenging place. Generally, the black family home is without a father figure, faced with financial hardship, often affecting continuing education, etc. Black women have been the victims of cheating or black husbands, abused physically and emotionally. In short, black women have had many generations of dealing with physical and emotional chaos leading to character building, which has made them strong both physically and mentally, however, also especially understanding the importance of compassion and loyalty. In fact, black women are renowned for their loyalty to their mates and families, something white men are renowned for as well. On average, black women tend to be taller than white women, more athletic, age much better than their white counterparts, proven scientifically, considerably higher success rate of pregnancies resulting in healthy babies, lower maintenance, much easier to be around and entertain, love to laugh, etc. However, most importantly, black women prize being a good wife and mother above all else, including career. A black woman will be there to greet her husband at the door after a long day, sit and look him in the eye patiently listening when he feels the need to talk after a difficult day, and his biggest cheerleader. A black woman truly cares about her husband's mental and spiritual health. A white woman will be more concerned how he reacts to how her day was. If a white man is verbally accosted in public by another woman, he will need to physically restrain his black wife from defending his honor. A white woman would dial 911. Most white men are career-oriented, enjoy being the breadwinner and caring for their collective families, making them ideal partners for black women. Blogs, websites, etc. are increasing incrementally. Read the successful relationships between white men and black women. Black women have become much more aggressive for all the right reasons in hunting out white men for developing relationships, and white men are happily allowing them to do so. 14.6k views. U169.
To be, that person's perspective seems to be stereotyping a lot, though, and not just cultures, but ideologies too. And you can't say that white women do this, white women do that, or black women do this, or whatever. Or black men do that. It's an individual thing, an individual familial culture. Everyone always thinks that it's a racial culture, but it's not. It's a family culture. Just because certain cultural norms are more common, are more prevalent with a certain group, it doesn't mean that everybody in that group is the same way. I think that's ridiculous. I don't know that you see women hear me roar, whatever bullshit that they were talking about. My ex-wife is white, well, half white, half Italian. She wasn't. She's definitely not one of those feminist types. And I've had several girlfriends in the past who were white, and I don't think I've ever met one that was like that. terms of white male, white female marriages, and there is an uptrend in white male, black female marriages. And I gotta admit, back in the day, you really didn't see much of anything as far as white male, black, white husband, white, black wife kind of situations. It seemed to be, at least the perception that I had, is that black women tend to prefer to stay more in their within their race, are more likely to want to stay in their race, I should say. Not necessarily always the case though, because I had black female friends I grew up with who only dated white men. So it's not like there weren't black women out there who weren't into white men before. It's just they're not as frequently seen. Yeah, that kind of a combination is not nearly as frequently seen as, say, a black male and white female couple. Come on, Tacoma, you're taking too long. Or that's not a Tacoma, that's a Dodge Ram. Nice trailer over there. The parking area, the truck area over across the freeway. I got 6.5 miles to go to where the Flying J is in Sayre. Ontario? Etobicoke? What? I don't even know if I pronounced that correctly. Guys from Canada. Thought I might have seen that guy over at Flying J. He looks like a Russian guy though, and a lot of Russian guys look the same. Yeah, I'll be stopping in Sayre for fuel only, and then I'll continue on. Let's see. Yeah, I still have over a quarter of a tank, but I don't know that it's going to be enough to get me to Oklahoma City. And I'm not sure that Oklahoma City's fuel prices are any better than Sayre. I could possibly reach Oklahoma City on what I have, but I'll just go ahead and get my fuel here in Sayre instead. I don't recall exactly how many miles it is across Oklahoma. I want to say it's like 324 or something like that, so if that be the case, I'm about 310 miles away from Arkansas. Consistently around 190 like it normally does. And even if I have a system full of coolant in it, now this is pretty typical though. On these uphill grades I usually do tend to get up around 200 or a little higher. I could also see what other fuel stops. I forget. Can't remember what else we got here between here and Yukon, or at least the Yukon side of Oklahoma City. It's $2.35 a gallon over here in Sayre. Yeah, there's nothing in between here and Oklahoma City. It looks like the nearest Pilot Flying J is after Sayre are the two off of exit 140. That's a little too far for my comfort at this. I might be able to reach it. It's 120 miles, but it's not worth the risk. Mainly in the 40s and 50s, and some spots it was in the 30s. So the system had an easier time keeping the engine running cool. Not to mention, I didn't have so much uphill yesterday either. I had some ups and downs, but and right here it's not as hilly, but it's more of a gradual incline. Coming up 1 mile away. US 283, South 4th Street, Mangum, exit 20. Now, I'm not sure that the fuel's any cheaper in Oklahoma City anyway. Usually, if you're going to be in the Oklahoma City area, the place to get fuel from, if you're going to stop at Pilot Flying J, is the Flying J up in Edmond, right by where the Kilpatrick Turnpike, I-44, and I-35 meet up. I don't like the fan running when I'm trying to shift gears, so we'll get that thing off. The fan tends to change the rate at which my RPM drops. So, and I'm so used to, a certain kind of timing between gears when I shift gears. If the fan runs, it messes that timing up, and tend to have rougher shifts. Clear both ways. A quarter of the way to Clarksville. Got about 490, I think. Well, it'll actually be logged about 500-ish, I think, by the time I get there. Who's doing what? I don't see any fuel. I don't see any hoses in anybody's. Trying to find someone who's actually got a fuel hose in their thing. Yeah. Nobody does. What the hell? Everyone's just hanging out here, it looks like. Alright, so now I'm starting to get up closer to 110.
You have 5 hours and 58 minutes of remaining drive time.
Get off duty. this thing will cool me down. Look at the fan. 68 degrees, so it's having a little harder time to keep me cool here. Why's my fan not running? Oh, it is running. Wait for this freaking app to recognize that I'm here at the fuel island so I can set up my fuel purchase. I hate how it does that. Taking 30-minute breaks. Wouldn't surprise me though. It's like it'd be nice if I could actually see someone with that with fuel hoses hooked up to their trucks, but not a damn person does, except for I think the guy who's already in line though over there. Starting to get up to like 220 sitting here. Give it a chance to cool down while I'm sitting here. Well, that should be a break for us too. Not having to hear that for a little bit. That's what I'm wondering too, is maybe they're all maybe you're all inside paying at the counter or some shit. I doubt it, but you never know. There are plenty of open spots here too, even pull-through spots, so it's not really an excuse to camp out here, except for people just being too lazy and selfish to give a damn about anything. This guy in the next lane over to my left is getting ready to leave.
You have 5 hours and 53 minutes of remaining drive time.
Yeah, shut up. Oh, the guy in the truck next to me is over here now. Can't tell what he's doing though. Looks like he's actually, yeah, getting ready to get fuel, so. But what's taking so long, I don't know. Come on. Freaking app. Let me get my purchase set up. Well, I'm not going to sit there and keep waiting on that thing. still not seeing the guy in the truck next to me at all. I mean, this drive the Western Flyer guy right next to me, he got in line at the same time as I did, so. And he's pissed as well because everyone's just camping out over here. There's freaking plenty of spots open.
You have 5 hours and 46 minutes of remaining drive time.
see the guy who was blocking the lane next to me was busy getting food.
5 hours and 41 minutes
Yes,
of
this guy's
remaining
doing the
drive
same
time.
thing. Kenworth and Oklahoma City's open 24 hours. Okay. I'll give them a call and see if that'll work. If I can get what I need from them. Appreciate it. Get on the road first, and then once I'm back on the road, I'll give them a call. What do we got here? 3511? Yeah, 3511. Yeah, as long as they got MX-13 engine parts, should be good. That's what I have is an MX-13. I ended up getting 75 gallons, which is more than I really needed, but it's alright. It's a decent price, too. Headset on, and then alright, headset's on now. Once I'm up to speed, I'll let him make that call. Thanks for that info, alright? I know I've seen that dealer before, just forget where exactly in Oklahoma City they are. Now I get some forced air through that radiator, might help get the temp back down. Looks like it's starting to come down already.
Well, you big W9 is WF8. I heard it out here in Tracy. Not 10-4. Well, you just come back. Right there, we're going to deliver in Kansas this morning from York. And, Flagstaff, it had some snow, but it was clear before we came across. Hey, you old house. You ain't got nothing between here and Oklahoma City except for mile marker 60 on the
These are, okay, that's the 143. There goes the Western Flyer drivers. Alright. 695, 1019.
Parts department, please.
Hello, I'm looking for, I think it's an EGR valve cooler line for an MX-13 engine. The what again? I actually drive a Peterbilt. 354494. 2016. Yeah, correct. Yeah, I think it's a coolant hose for the EGR valve. It's like rubber braided. Could be EGR cooler, I guess. It goes from basically it goes from a bracket up on top of the valve valve cover, I should say, to where that valve is. It's just after where the turbo is. Yeah, it's a short one. It looks to be I don't know, about 3/8 inch or so thick, and or somewhere at 3/8 half inch, whatever it is, and I I think it might be a combination. The middle part, it's only I don't know, about like 4 to 6 inches long, and it's rubber. Correct. Yeah, it's got like I think two bolts up on the top where it hooks up. And actually, on that bracket, I think there are like three different lines that hook up to it. I can tell you, it's the furthest aft one, the one closest to the firewall. Yes, I believe that's the case. Oh, okay, excellent. Yeah, I'm coming across 40 right now, and you're open 24 hours. Okay, what was your name again? Did you say Ruben? Okay, all right, excellent. Yeah, Scott. Sure. Yeah, that'd be great. Appreciate it. I appreciate it. Okay, no problem. So that same VTS truck I saw yesterday? I think so. Yeah, it is a coolant line. Okay. Yeah, but the top of the valve cover, there's yeah, that's where there's a bracket with like 3 hoses that hook up to it. Okay, excellent. I'll be there about 110 or so miles out, so a little over an hour and a half. I'll be there. All right, appreciate it. Thank you. Bye. Oh man, Brian, you did me a huge favor there. Appreciate it. They do have the hose in stock. Said the first thing he was looking at, I guess, was for the emissions side, but then when I told him, then I figured out he was looking at the right thing for the coolant, for the coolant system. Yeah, he said they do have it in stock, so we're good. So I'm gonna go ahead and stop by there real quick and get it. It's a $110 part, but it's all right. It needs to be done. And if I have the part on hand, then I won't have to worry about waiting for a parts runner to go get it or whatever. Not to mention, I see how it hooks up. It's kind of a different hookup from what I can tell. I can try to install it myself, possibly. I just got to see how it's set up. Man, I'm gonna have to remember that, though. I can't tell you enough how much I appreciate that information there, Brian. Tried to call a Peterbilt dealer in Oklahoma City, and they closed at 5 o'clock. Left lane closed ahead. Caution, be alert. Like, you really even need to tell us that. Like anyone who actually reads the sign enough should already know that the left lane's closed, and they should know what happens when there's a lane ending. And those who don't either don't care or they're not reading the sign in the first place. One going by me, and look like the other one's okay with staying back there behind me. Another yellow one, nice. Now this is getting my temp down, running slower speed. It was just a little bit over 200 degrees that was coming up here, but now it's dropping down to like 195. Looks like it wants to come down to 190. Yeah, I did see a purple one earlier. I think when I was on the phone or something. System said it's on the south side of I-40. evidence of marking on it, whatever, or maybe even take it off and have it bench checked, because I think that's the cause of my APU problem. The alternator, because it was suggested to me that this is the reason for it. After I finish driving the truck and I go to start the APU up, it'll run for about maybe 5 minutes and then it'll just suddenly shut off, and it'll act like there's nothing even wrong. It just shuts off like almost like I turned it off. It doesn't have any indications on the control panel or on the annunciator panel inside the APU compartment indicating that there is anything wrong. Get it running and then go through the startup checks, and then as soon as it's done with the startup checks, it just suddenly shuts off. It was suggested that the alternator might be the reason for that. And it makes sense. So even before I got my truck batteries changed, I was getting certain impressions that the APU battery alternator might have been starting to go bad. saw a time where I could hear some kind of clicking going on up here, like a constant click on certain occasions, like maybe I have a weak ground on something. I don't know if it's maybe a bad battery connection or something. That's another possible cause of that. Now, I don't know if the clicking is the cause or the effect, though. Because it could just be clicking because it's not getting much voltage. Or it could be, momentarily tripping where it's causing the APU to lose power. I have a hard time telling where the noise is coming from when I hear it. It sounds like it comes from up here in the front of the truck somewhere, but it doesn't do it regularly, and it's usually I usually only hear when I'm in the back and can't quite pinpoint where the source is coming from.
Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What is the most disturbing thing you have allowed someone to do to you? Jessica Rowe, writer. Answer, January 8, 2020.
Just in case my kids
A few years ago, my husband and I separated for a few months because he'd been unfaithful. He moved out and I was home with our 2 babies, completely heartbroken and feeling a little desperate for a rebound. I I joined a couple of dating sites and matched with a crap ton of men. I ended up hitting it off with a guy. He was cute, hairy. I have a serious weak spot for hairy men, funny, and also crazy about me. We texted for a week or so and then finally set up the date. Initially we were going to meet up at a restaurant like smart people do the first time they meet people, but for some reason, after a couple drunken nights of really hot sexting, I decided he should just come to my house and we could order pizza and watch movies. My sister was watching my kids at her house for the night. I told my friends he'd be coming over, and he gave me every little detail of his life, including his address and place of work, which both checked out, which I passed on to them. So yeah, he came over. I answered the door and he had roses for me and he handed them to me with shaking hands because he was so nervous, and my heart immediately melted. We had a couple of drinks and he mellowed, and while we were waiting for the pizza to come, he kissed me. And it was a really, really good kiss. The pizza guy interrupted our kiss, so we paid for the pizza, brought it to the living room in front of the TV, and I'm pretty sure we didn't end up eating any of it because he could not keep his hands or mouth of me, which I was totally cool with. So I brought him upstairs to my room, which normally wouldn't be my thing, but I was in a seriously messed up mindset because of my idiot husband and just needed it, and we started doing our thing. Here's where I should mention that I'd only ever had vanilla sex up until this point. Like very vanilla. I had never had my hair pulled, my behind slapped, etc. This guy was not vanilla. This scared me a bit, but obviously I have issues, so I just went along with it for several hours that night. I won't lie, I did enjoy it. A lot. But it was intense. He left around 2 a.m, he'd asked to stay but I kicked him out because I can't share beds with people and having him sleep somewhere else in the house seemed weird. The next morning, I looked at myself in the mirror, and I looked like I'd been attacked. My lips were blue from him biting them, my behind was raw from where he slapped me, my back had scratches all down it from his fingernails. It was insane. We met up a couple more times after that and things were never quite as intense as that night, luckily for my body. I ended things because after 2 weeks, he started discussing things like getting married and said he loved me and all that jazz. It was a bit much too soon. Also, I should note, I told him from the beginning I wasn't planning on anything serious. But yeah, just having a stranger come over and do all that without expecting that kind of sex was kind of disturbing now that I look back on it. I'm aware that I'm an idiot for putting myself in that position. I was in the midst of a mental freakout. I've since learned my lesson. 153.6k views. You 178 upvoters. You sharers. Answer requested by Peter Gorner. About careers privacy terms contact.
You never know what you're going to get with some of these articles, these Quora answers. And
Answer, Quora.
I don't
Open an app.
Screen them either.
Sign in. Do cops sometimes bend the rules and let criminals go if they think that what the person did was right at the moment, e.g. stealing food for a starving child? Jack Gilliam. Updated January 8, 2020, upvoted by Karen Mackey, JD. Law, University of Nebraska-Lincoln, 1994, author has 805 answers and 246.5k answer views. On a late Saturday night I got out of the police car and heard someone yelling about a block away, "Stop stabbing me." I drove over there and found a man standing over another man, stabbing and cutting him. I arrested him and the victim, looked like a ham on Thanksgiving. All sliced up. Nothing life-threatening. The rescue patched him up and took him to the hospital. At the police station, turns out they were friends. Here's the story. The victim, let's call him Bill, was over the knife person's house in another county, let's call him John. Bill got up to use the bathroom and John wondered what was taking so long. John found Bill was molesting his baby girl in the crib. John whipped his ass and chased him out of the house. Hours later John and 2 other friends were going to drive into the city. Bill showed up and asked John if he can catch a ride into town. When John got to the bar, Bill yells, "Why are you mad at me? I only had me finger in her." That's when he chased him down the street and started cutting him. I tore up the report. Told him to go. I told him to report it to the county or take care of it himself. But don't do it in the city. Edit, wow. Over 3,000 upvotes. Thanks. 92.3k views. View 4.9k upvoters. View sharers. About careers privacy terms contact. Open an app.
Sorry. if I got
Article
someone do that shit to one of my kids, that's getting a knife like that is the light part of it.
like wow. Q, like wow. Life, the universe, and everything. Maine. People. Vicente S. Velasco, life is wonderful. Shared 11H ago. A man who was delighted to score a date with a girl he met on a training course thought the pair were hitting it off until a mutual friend showed him messages which gave away her true intentions. Man discovers woman's motive for dating him and gets the ultimate revenge. A man who was delighted to score a date with a girl he met on a training course thought the pair were hitting it off until a mutual friend showed him messages which gave away her true intentions. Here Tuesday. 4.1k views, view 57 upvoters, view rush errors. Adding comments disabled. Recommended Al.
Where's the rest of the story?
Colston Lickford. 10H ago 3 upvotes. Let me say that, well, you're the man. Michelle Steele. 10H ago 4 upvotes. She got off lightly. Hope her mom demands a refund from her. Doug Lowe. 4H ago 1 upvote. Maybe the apple didn't fall far from the tree.
Now,
Open
where's
an app.
the rest of that story? That's
Article
it?
5 of 109. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What was the scariest thing you found under your bed? Christopher Huffcutt worked at U.S. Navy Submarine Service, 1983-1993.
A clown.
Updated June 5, 2017. Upvoted by Jeremy Sheeran, Assistant Manager at Casey's General Stores, 2017 present. Last spring I was cleaning our bedroom on a rainy day. All was good with the world. I was having a day to myself and my wife of 15 years was visiting a friend whom she hadn't seen in quite a while. I had some music on and was just enjoying having the house to myself. How that was going to change in an instant. I saw the toes of a pair of my shoes poking out from the bottom of the bed and knelt down to look. My God, I thought, how long has it been since I cleaned under here? It's so dusty and things I forgot we had accumulated under here. I began pulling out shoes, slippers the dog had chewed, lost socks and dust bunnies galore. Then I saw a hump of fabric up by the head of my side of the bed pushed a little less than halfway under. As I pulled the fabric I recognized it as an old bathrobe I thought I had thrown away years before. I actually got my hand on the robe and tugged, then it rolled out. I shined my light and then dropped it in shock, fear and disgust. I got up on shaking legs, went to my living room, collapsed on the couch and held my head in my hands trembling for about 10 minutes. I thought about what I had seen, the terrors I thought I had left in the past and what I could do about it now. Finally, steeling my resolve, I carefully crept back into the room. I reached under the bed and quickly wrapped the offending object back into the robe, then wobbled out to the outside trash can to dispose of the evil I carried pressed to my chest. As the lid closed I breathed a huge sigh of relief, went back into the house and lay down on the couch barely holding back the tears. What could have shaken a 49-year-old veteran, who had seen more awful than he would care to admit, to the core? Reduced him to crying alone on a rainy afternoon, alone in his house. A bottle of vodka. Yep, a fifth of cheap vodka. You see, I'm an alcoholic. I drank for 36 years, leaving wreckage in my path wherever I went. Nothing could stop the thoughts I would have, the emptiness I always felt, the feelings of being constantly overwhelmed and alone, except alcohol. I lied, cheated and destroyed relationship after relationship. No one was a miracle in my life. The first is that I hit rock bottom, went to AA and found myself. You see, that even with 2 years of sobriety, when I saw that bottle, in a nanosecond, I thought that I could have a drink and no one would ever know. But thanks to my work with AA and the strength I now get from my higher power, I was able to put those thoughts, temptations and lies behind me. If I hadn't been given the strength that day, I wouldn't be posting this. Best case scenario, I would be institutionalized, or worst case, and more likely, I would be dead. It's still a challenge, but day by day, it does get easier. Thank you for letting me share. Edit, I think that this is how it's done. I would like to thank all of the people who have posted their support for me. I feel the love and am humbled. If you think that someone you know or love has a problem with alcohol or some other substances, please let them.
See, You know, it's funny, the thing with alcohol is a lot of people, I think, grow up in a culture where their first exposure to it is when they're partying with a bunch of other young people. And then they, for some reason, get conditioned to think that it's so cool to get drunk and wasted or whatever. I've had my days of being drunk, but one thing that has started to change me on that end was damn near getting alcohol poisoning about a week before I left active duty. I was dry heaving for at least a good couple hours. That particular night I had, I had a few shots of, I think, different schnapps. I don't know if it was peppermint or something else. I was at a friend's house. Schnapps and a beer. Then we went to a club. This was in Tucson, and I ended up having 3 Long Island iced teas there. Then I started on a 4th one. So it was quite a bit. And Long Island's are, you know, if you know anything about Long Island iced teas, that's a lot of alcohol in those. This fan is screwing with my shifts again. Anyway, yeah, I was driving for at least 2 hours after that. I had to stagger out of the club. Then we get back over to my friend's place and crash out on his couch. And I'm driving still. And then when I woke up the next morning, I had the worst sore throat in my life. It hurt to swallow for a week. That's how bad it was. Never want to experience that again. And then, you know, not to mention on the psychological part of it, I'm like, I don't get what's so damn cool about being drunk. I mean, 'cause people don't trust you, you do stupid shit, or people are gonna do stupid things to you. It doesn't feel good when you go to bed and feel like the world, like you're gonna puke because the world's spinning a million miles an hour on you. Then you wake up with a hangover the next morning. None of that, nowadays I don't get there's nothing at all cool about that. I don't get why people like it. I don't have a problem with drinking alcohol at all though. I mean, I drink casually pretty much every day that I'm home. But I never get drunk. In fact, you can ask Dora if she's ever seen me drunk and how often I drink when I'm home, and it's pretty much every day. But I usually only have like one mixer, like a rum and coke or something, or one Long Island, and then I'm good. I had one time where I drank 2 Long Islands, and you know, it wasn't in that long, extremely long a time, so I actually got mildly drunk from that one. And Dora, she didn't even realize that I was drunk. I knew I was slightly because of past experience with being drunk, but she couldn't tell. And that was more than enough for my needs anyway. I normally don't like to get that buzzed. But anyway, with that, I think there's a bit of a stigma with allowing people under age 21 to drink alcohol here, especially when in a lot of different countries it's acceptable for people who are even 18 and older to drink. Or as we always joked about in Italy, if you can see over the bar, you can order it. Or I mean, it's a joke, but still, I mean, because wine is a very common casual drink there, even though it's an alcoholic drink. And condition where they can, and get taught, hey, learn what the symptoms are, what it's like when you're drunk. Maybe you can see yourself drunk and how stupid you act or whatever, or if you even do. And then get to understand the effects of it. It might not be such a quote-unquote cool thing. Yeah, I knew it. I was watching a tachometer there on time, and it just went flying down. The fan did it. So just an opinion. I'm okay with teaching. Hey, I want my kids' first experience with alcohol to be with me in a controlled environment where I can actually teach them the right way to handle it, and where it's, hey, don't get addicted to it, and understand what the things are that go on that can happen. Rather than do that, in a safe environment where they're with Dora and I or something, than doing that same thing in a party environment and getting taken advantage of or something. About that with Germany is most of the beers in Germany are higher alcohol content than what the beers in America tend to be. Now, a lot of American beers are at most maybe 5.5%, and a lot of them are like 3.5% or so, not much at all. And I have a personal preference for German beers when I do drink beer. I like German wheat beers, or as we call them, Hefeweizens. And those tend to be a little higher. Alright, another one from Sean. I'm repeating this for lurkers too, just in case for anyone listening but not watching at the moment. Sean says, how to stop German from stealing your beer? Put in super cold refrigerator. They hate cold beer. I think Brits are the same way, aren't they? They say they want room temp or whatever, but room temp is, I guess, also thought of as cellar room temp, which is still cooler than room temp, but warmer than refrigerated. I think cellar room is usually like about a 50 or so degree temp. And I can see why they say that, because like the beers that I drink, I mean, I like them cold particularly, but those German hefts that I like to drink, I can actually drink them warmer and actually be okay with them. They actually don't taste bad at all warm. But now a lot of regular American piss water type beers, oh god, those taste like crap when they're warm. They're bad enough as it is when they're cold. Yeah, but I do agree with Anthony. I do like a good cold beer on a hot day. Sean, Germans room temp. Brits will drink refrigerated beer, Germans won't. Okay. can't get a first-hand account from a British person about drinking beer then, if you don't drink beer. Now we need Tom here, because we know Tom drinks beer. Does Tom drink cold beers, or does he prefer his more warm, like a more room temp?
He's not playing with his phone, but I see his headset on.
Oklahoma's first free fare. And now this guy's keeping pace with me. Why am I not surprised? Tour at the Anheuser-Busch facility over in St. Louis. That was pretty good. I didn't even know that certain beers were made by them, like Shock Top and a couple others that I actually don't mind drinking. I thought Anheuser-Busch only made a bunch of stuff that I don't like. Yeah, I actually like Shock Top. What do you know? This freaking idiot is passing me back up now. I knew that guy passed me up earlier. So the fact that I caught back up to him and his speed kept wavering kind of told me right there and he was just lollygagging. Except like an enlisted only kind of dining in or something. You know what I'm talking about, Sean? Branches tend to have what's basically an annual thing called a dining in, and they have another one called a dining out, and then they have a military ball as well. Now the dining in, it's basically a big like a social function, you know, dinner function, whatever. And it didn't have like a grog bowl, like actually more than one grog bowl with you know, spiked, like spiked punch or whatever. And, you know, it's, now dining in versus dining out, the difference there is between whether or not the hippopotamuses or whatever are allowed to show up with you or not. So dining in, only the military member can go, generally, and then dining out, the dependos can go with them. But yeah, a lot of people end up getting wasted at those things. I don't want to move over Amarillo, we tend to drop off a lot because a lot of our loads either go up into Missouri or Kansas, whatever. So they end up peeling off and Tucumcari and taking 54 up. Or when they get to Amarillo, they take US 20 or 287 down to the Fort Worth and Dallas area. West Coast, and I don't, even when I'm driving, I don't spend a lot of time in the East. But I'm sure I've seen their stuff. I just would have to, I guess, see their product list, whatever, to know for sure. Now with the census, one of my hobbies once in a while is genealogy, family tree research. And I will say that family trees, census data really comes in big time handy on a lot of genealogy research. Now they don't make the stuff available for public research until 72 years after the date of the census. So like the next year that census data will come out that it hasn't already been released to the public will be 2 years from now. What's that going to be? I think the 1950 census data. Because on the genealogy side, family tree, census data can answer a lot of questions. Fill in a lot of blanks sometimes. Although sometimes it can create more questions too. Several other ports of it. What's going on with that car up there? Went way over into the, almost into the median. They're passing that truck up there at the front of the line, and we're almost in the median, and then eventually moved over in front of the truck. Now, like some of my ancestors, I found, and a lot of mine actually came through Canada first, and then they came into the U.S. And it just depends on what side I'm dealing with, like whether it's my dad's side or my mom's side. But certain areas that came down through, where was it? I think, was it Maine or somewhere? And then I think Philadelphia is another port of entry that was common. I want to say it was Maine or somewhere up that way. I don't recall. So on my mom's side, a lot of my mom's people basically migrated over from France to Canada, particularly the Quebec area. And then after that, they moved from Quebec down into Minnesota. Sean says, hang on. I gotta wait on this. I'll get over this bridge first because it's gonna make me bounce. Actually, it's pretty smooth. Sister and I, entire school year, put our family tree together. computers. Yeah, one of my great uncles did a lot of a ton of research back in the day, and I don't know how, but he traced a lot of our lineage all the way back to I think it was there like the 1200s and 800s or whatever, and back in like England and Ireland and wherever else. And he made links or supposed links to royalty, like Queen Elizabeth I. Sunset back there. Unfortunately, I can't show you, but it's I got the sun about halfway down the horizon now. I've got half of it exposed, half of it not. And the sun has a really like an orange appearance to it. Sean's family arrived on the Mayflower. Grew from there. One was Welsh, the other was Scottish. Now my first Zane ancestor, I think, came I think in the 1500s on those ships that sailed into Penn's Landing in Philadelphia. Grandfather's level. My blood, I'm technically not even a Zane, supposedly. My great grandfather, I guess his mom gave birth to him. Well, yeah, her, of course, she conceived with someone with the last name of Collins. And then, but then I guess they had a separation or whatever, something happened there, and then she ended up remarrying someone in the Zane family. And so when my great-grandfather was born, they gave him the last name Zane instead of Collins. Father came in 56, mom in 58. So you're a more new, more modern generation. How do you even say that? A newer generation American? It'd be like you'd be like a first generation natural born American citizen. Is that what you're saying, Anthony? My wife is in the same boat as you. She's first gener. If that is what you were saying there. Now where did your parents come from? Now Nora, her parents came from Mexico, from Michoacan. She's got one sister and 3 brothers, and her and one of the brothers were born here in the U.S. Everybody else was born in Mexico. Italy, okay. they are, but as long as the camera doesn't focus on them and screw up the view, I guess I'm alright. It's one of the things I don't look forward to with the warmer months. Much as I like warmer weather, I'm not looking forward to the bug splatting season. Bugs get all over windshields, especially here in the central states like Texas, Oklahoma, Missouri, especially Missouri and Kansas, I think. Grew up during the war there. Yeah, and in southern Italy, that was like the prime central for after the U.S. Advanced up from Africa. Yeah, Germans had quite a presence all over Europe back then, didn't they? Still wants to run in the 200 to 210 range mostly. But I'll see it get up to about 210, maybe 215, and then it'll seem like the thermostat will open up and then it'll cool back down. So it's setting up to like 215 now. basically once every quarter I would see our terminal, and some of those were not even by design. It was like one time I had a bad trailer tire needed to be fixed on the way to Pryor, Oklahoma from Washington. Pryor is, not too far north of Tulsa, about, how far? Well, I'd say about 50 miles north, whatever. Getting over, starting to get up towards Jesse Wyatt's area. But I stopped there once, and then I think I had another, I can't remember why I stopped there another time that it was, I don't normally always have a specific reason to be at the yard unless I'm maybe just taking a break there or needing something done or something. Usually has nothing to do with dropping loads there though. somewhere in that ballpark. 'Cause I think I got about 200 to go to get to Arkansas, and it's a little over 50 miles from there. Actually between 55 and 60. So, better part of about 4 hours. And I can't check in any sooner than 2 a.m., so I'll actually have time to burn. Give a different type of tone for green versus red.
Article 6 of 109. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. As a trucker, what are the scariest, creepiest experiences you've had on the road? Paul McAleer, studied at Black River High School, 1974. Updated April 21, 2019. The worst thing I've ever experienced was around 1996. I was team driving, semi, with another individual. We picked up our load, and scaled it out. I opted to drive the first shift. I drove in solid rain from Detroit, Michigan to just shy of St. Louis, Mo. We swapped out at a rest area, and caught our logbooks up. I was tired after driving for 10 hours all night in the rain. One thing I'll never forget was before I started driving that night, the other driver, we'll call him John, said to me before going to sleep was, "If we get killed, I'll come and haunt you." He said it with a smile, and zipped up the curtain to sleep. After swapping seats, I zipped up the curtain, and put a movie on to fall asleep to. My cousin Vinny. The thought that crossed my mind often, while in the bunk, was what I would do if we were, say, going over an embankment, or a cliff. My best decision was to hit the deck. Get as low as possible, and pray. While watching the movie, I started drifting off to sleep. It was maybe 45 minutes later, I woke up to John saying, "Shit, hang on." I could tell that we were weaving or whatever. I just knew something wasn't right. He yelled again, and I hit the floor praying hard. Were we going over a cliff? I couldn't see up front because the curtain was zipped closed. The next thing I felt was the entire truck vibrating for a split second. I could tell that it was a violent impact. The strange thing is that there was absolutely no loss of forward momentum from the impact. We were near full GVW of 80,000 pounds. I'll never forget that sound and feeling as long as I live. Right after the impact, it happened so fast, I didn't even know what had happened. We had slid on wet pavement, went airborne in the median, and into oncoming traffic west of St. Louis, on 5544th just west of a way station. After hitting a vehicle head-on, our semi had flipped over, and was now facing to the east. Suddenly everything was quiet. I was in shock. John asked if I was okay. I said yeah, let's just get out of here, I smell smoke. I had sat on the passenger's side of the floor during the wreck. Now the roof was a door for me to crawl through on my right. John soon followed behind me. There I was standing in my socks on a wet highway mixed with diesel fuel. Smoke was coming from the hood, that was barely recognizable. I wasn't even awake enough to comprehend what had just happened, and was in shock as well. I remember people running to the white pickup truck that we had hit head-on with fire extinguishers. It was like I was in a dream. I couldn't comprehend what was going on. I remember shivering and blood coming from my hand and mouth. When I got myself together, the fire was out. The next thing I remember was an ambulance attendant talking to someone on the passenger's side of the white truck. I could tell that she was consoling the person. I saw her mouth the words, "I know," with a compassionate face. The next thing I know, John and I were in an ambulance, headed for the hospital. I was looking out of the back doors through the windows, as we were pulling away. I started crying uncontrollably, trying to imagine the fear that the people in the white pickup must have felt seeing this semi coming right at them. I purposely left out a few gory details that nobody should ever have to see, or even hear about. When we got to the hospital, I learned that all three in the truck hadn't made it. A man, his wife, and their 4-year-old daughter. I felt the same kind of guilt as the gentleman who mentioned giving CPR to the driver on the ground from a previous comment above.
That sucks.
Why did I survive a horrific accident that killed 3 people? I'll never forget the smell that morning, standing in diesel fuel mixed with rain, and the smoke. As it turned out, that stretch of highway was nicknamed Blood Alley, because of the deep grooves in the road. It was the site of many accidents. Many months later, I drove through that spot, and saw that they had patched that stretch of highway. Wish it could have been done sooner. It was very painful to bring this up, after all these years. But it serves as a reminder to give driving 100% of your focus. Especially now with texting, eating, reading while driving. For God's sake, don't ever take even a small trip for granted. 66.2k views. View 1.4k upvoters. View sharers. About careers, privacy terms, contact. Open an app. Article 7 of 109. Answer, Quora. Open an app. Sign in. What's the shadiest thing your employer did before firing you? Bill Rollins, business owner, 2005 present. Answer, January 9, 2020. This is a good one, but I got sweet justice in the end. I was the software development manager at a correspondent bank. In addition to my other responsibilities, I was assigned to be the project manager over a large web-based project that was being performed by a third-party company. My boss, the CIO, was friends with the president of the third-party company, let's call him Pres X. It was obvious to me, after a short amount of time, that the third-party company didn't know what they were doing. I forcefully called them out on it in a meeting. The next day my boss called me his office to tell me that Pres X was mad I had called out his people, and so my boss was taking me off the project, installing 2 other people called them M&A to manage the project. I was relieved to leave because the project was blowing up. I knew that I had pointed out all the problems. Fast forward a few months. The project officially blows up, nothing has been delivered. The executives are upset and call a meeting with the CIO. The CIO invites me to the meeting along with M&A. The CIO, and it conspire together to lie about me to save themselves. They tell the executives that I was still managing the project, that I was aware of the problems, and that I purposefully chose to not expose the problems. I wanted to scream, liar, liar, but I kept my mouth shut. So obviously I was selected to be the fall guy. I knew I would be fired shortly. I checked the internet and saw that my job had already been posted on the internet. I applied for several open positions at new companies. In the meantime, I made a CYA file, and then I told 3 of my key employees exactly what happened. The next day, my boss comes to my office and says, "We are letting you go. We are giving you 3 months' salary." To get that money, sign this termination document, which he gave to me, and note that from this point forward you are not allowed to discuss this with anyone. So I took the termination document, put it in my briefcase, and then I told him, I knew you were letting me go, so yesterday, I let 3 of my key employees know about it. He had this crushed look on his face. How did you know I was letting you go? You posted my job on the internet, I said. The look on his face was priceless. He thought I was going to walk out the door with the whole thing a secret. I got my sweet justice. I walked up to HR, signed the agreement, and got a check for 3 months' pay. I had another job within 1 week making 10% more money. One of my key employees that I told the whole story to went to the executive vice president and told him the real story. My boss was fired, along with M&A. I was told later that my boss cried when they fired him, and he lost his annual big dollar bonus. 8.3k views. View 186.
Alright. Not much further to the exit for the dealer. And exit 140 here, Morgan Road coming up, and this is where all the truck stops, where most of the truck stops are at in the Oklahoma City area. A couple more miles up, there's a second TA truck stop over there, and then the exit after that is where or exit 143 is the exit for the Kenworth dealer. And if you're just tuning in, like Ziggy is, I'll be stopping at the dealer to pick up the part I need to fix my coolant leak. Another driver hooked me up big time and tell me that the Kenworth dealer here in town is open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and gave me the number to them. I called them, and yep, sure enough, they're 24/7, and they had the part, and they also have the part I need. I don't drive a Kenworth, but I do have a PACCAR engine in my truck, and a lot of Kenworths also have PACCARs, so I can still get the part from them. That's a 142 Council Road coming up, and then the one right after that will be my exit for the dealer. And here's the Peterbilt dealer right here next to TA that I called earlier, but they closed at 5 o'clock. I sound like Doug's cousin on King of Queens. Danny, I don't know who that is though. I've watched King of Queens a handful of times, but I don't know who any of the characters are or who plays who. Might have to enlighten me on that one, or I'll have to look up whoever the hell Danny is on IMDb. Kenworth deal right there on the south, right here on the south side of the road. They have the same accent, okay. Now I'll look them up later when I get a chance. Maybe I'll do my 30-minute break or something, unless you guys want to tell me who it is who plays Danny. This Looks like a two-way stop. I don't see any stop signs on their side, so I gotta wait. Is there somewhere in particular I should park and be out of the way? I'm just here to get a part. Is there anywhere in particular I should park my truck and be out of the way of?
If you want to pull down and come back around, and then, you know what I mean? If you just block that, like behind that pickup right now.
Behind this guy who's right here in front of us?
Yeah, because nobody else, the other guys are going to leave it at midnight, so you ain't hurt nobody then.
Oh, okay.
Then if we get anybody, because customers always park on that side.
Oh, okay.
And there's enough room here for the rest of them.
Oh, yeah, don't worry.
One more guy coming. Yeah, you'll be alright.
Oh, appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to cross over? Or? All right, cool, thanks.
Make it hard.
All right. By Gary Valentine, okay. I think I've heard that name before, but I don't know. Is there room for me to get turned around here? It'll be tight. Yeah, looks like we're okay. Okay, so it says these vehicles right over here are employee vehicles, and they won't be leaving until about midnight, so I can park over here and won't have to worry about being in anybody's way. I guess the customers park over here on the side. Go off duty. off and I'll show you. Flashlight. Yeah, he's got the part right there, but I just want to be sure it's the right one I'm looking for. So it's right. Yeah, it's kind of short, definitely different than the one he was. I don't think the party has the damage anymore. Down over to here. I'm going to show them the picture here. Definitely not the same part that I'm looking for. This one looks longer. Maybe that one. Or no, maybe 25. Yeah, I think 25. Yeah, pretty sure 25 is the one.
Back again?
Yeah, I don't think that's the part. I think the one I want is 25.
Ruben, come to back parts, Ruben.
No. That's not it?
No, I think it's 25 that I want.
25?
Yeah, because you're just.
Which one, Chris? 25.
It's this this hose right here. It comes in right here and then goes up over the valve cover and mounts that bracket up here.
Yeah, that looks straight.
Yeah, and the shape of it looks consistent with 25 there.
Yeah. We probably have that one as well.
Yeah, I got the nuts in stock. We're doing 2 bolts and 4 nuts. Alright. We'll get them and have them here about, like I said, 10:30, maybe 11 in the morning. Alright. Thank you.
Hey, Chris, you know how to look up the bulletin and parts field?
It's an icon. Click on it somewhere.
Which side? Oh,
Yeah.
it's cool. Change.
There's been an update on that hose, looks like.
Yeah.
This is an 803.
Yeah, no, that's a different one.
Because the chainsaws make you a little
Because he said it was a pipe next to furthest to a firewall. And that one, that 30 or 31 was the furthest to a firewall. Well, I thought that was it. But it's 25. Yeah, but on number 25, the price is gonna change.
That's fine. I need the part regardless.
Yeah. I'm gonna try to see if I can get it down as much as I can. Yeah, it looks like, and then, with that, it looks like, there's, a couple other stuff you need to add to it, and it's been an update to the line. So, the line itself, it's 172, and then there's a bracket that you can install with it, and then it looks like some bolts and some clamps.
Okay.
So, we got everything in stock though.
All right, excellent. Yeah, I'll take it. I don't care if I have to pay a little extra for it.
Let me go and get those punched together.
Okay.
For that. your log on, Ronnie, for PCS? Just forget the format. First name dot last name?
Honestly, I gotta look it up.
Full name together.
TCS. 365.
Okay, I've got the U joint looked up, I'm still working on the yoke. Give me just a few minutes, okay? Okay.
looks like they got the whole assembly now instead of one line.
Okay.
It's the whole caboodle. The whole deal.
Okay, so several lines together with it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I guess the whole diagram now is together.
Huh.
You got the diagram right?
You made sticky one?
Not right now.
Yeah, I'm pretty. Well, they put all the lines.
Yeah, I might explain why I had a different. I mean, where it mounts onto the bracket up there on the top of the valve assembly or valve cover, whatever. It didn't really look like it had a bolt there. But like the bracket, you know, yeah, the bracket's held by bolts, but the hose does kind of look more like this, I guess.
Yeah, I guess they got away with having all the 3 lines to having. I guess all those 3 lines are now in one.
Okay.
Go, half in the morning, about 11 o'clock.
So I'm guessing this one here is the one that.
That you need, yeah.
Okay. And this other one has like a hook or something. Yeah. Okay, I see it. Yeah. Looks right.
Dash 4,
All right.
dash 261, dash 1X.
That's all like the extra stuff you need just to convert it over from that to that.
Okay.
George is the
It'll be
170-4X.
$297.36. With the parts, sir?
Correct.
You get your bag.
There's little parts for that thing, isn't there?
Yeah. All right, boss.
Cool.
Appreciate you, sir.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Sorry about all that trouble.
Oh, not a problem. You're helping me out a lot, so appreciate it.
No problem, sir. Thank you.
Have a good night.
How you doing?
Sucks paying that much for these parts, but it needs to be done. It's either pay it out of pocket now or pay for it on my maintenance account. If I can cover it by now, might as well go ahead and do it. Put that in here. Alright. Let me get you guys hooked back up and close my hood and get out of here. Yeah, I've already been here for half an hour, so I can make it the rest of the way to, damn it. I can make it the rest of the way to the customer from here. over. Put my receipt away and get out of here. Alright, so if I hadn't gotten the part now, I'd end up having to do but I'm sure our shop doesn't have that, so I would have probably ended up needing to wait for one of the people in our yard or whoever to go do a parts run to retrieve it, and who knows if they'd even have it. So now I have it in hand, I don't have to worry about it anymore. There's a bit more to it than putting it in, to replacing it, so I'll probably just go ahead and have a shop do it. I may be able to have a TA do it, I don't know, I'll find out. Let her clear. Probably make a stop for a restroom and drink and all that a little bit further down. I was originally planning on ending this stream in Weber's Falls, but now I've got a 30-minute break there. It's kind of a moot point now. I mean, I can make a quick stop in Weber's Falls or wherever, but I'll probably stop sooner than that. Just, oh, that's pretty nice. I might as well wait. Then try to get on the off-ramp instead of the on-ramp. Oh my god, a pickup also did the same thing? There's a pickup down there is trying to cross over now because he made the same mistake. Oh, that's funny. Not just one car, but two did it. stick in my head as the former Texas planner. But I could be wrong. overheating. I've been able to run it without overheating for so long, and then all of a sudden it's acting up. Doesn't make sense. just gonna end up losing it again, but let's see what the temp is at least. It's cooled down some. Yeah, it's still over 200. That was the last of my coolant. I really don't want to put more coolant in anyway when it's just going to end up on the road anyway. To call Petro and ask them how late I think the shop's open. I think they have a shop there. Yeah, they have a shop. Alright. Call them up. See if they'd be able to change it. Hey, David, did you guys do 24-hour maintenance service? Okay, I have a bad coolant line. It's for the EGR. Yeah, I have the part in hand. I just got it from the dealer here in town. But my truck's starting to overheat now, and I'm afraid to get out of town without getting it changed. Uh, I'm not too far down the road. Let's see, because you guys are right over by where 40 and 35 split up, if I remember right, correct? So I'm on eastbound I-40. I forget what exit you're at. One. Oh, okay, that's right. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I'm hopefully I can limp it over there. I'm waiting for my truck to cool back now, and it started to overheat, and not sure what went on there. But okay, yeah, I just want to make sure if I had the part in hand, if you guys are able to actually change like a customer supplied part, right? Okay, that'll work. All right, I'll try and get there when I can then, and I'll just check in when I get there. Do you guys have much of a wait line right now, or? Ouch. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. I'll have to do what I have to do then. I mean, if I have to wait, it's because I'm trying to get to Arkansas, and the rate I'm going, it's starting to get where I don't think I can make it out of town uh, without running into a problem. So, yeah. So, yeah, I'll go ahead and get over there and get checked in. And yeah, if I have to wait, I have to wait. I'll just let my people know about it. All right. Appreciate it. All right. Bye. Okay, so they're open. Yeah, they're 24/7. Come on. But he doesn't think he'll be able to get to me until midnight. Would you hurry up, you freaking map? Damn. Only 3.5 miles away. Alright. See if I can get it to cycle through a little bit or something and dropping, so I'm trying to. Let me get my triangles please stop then and close my head and then we'll make our way over to Petra. nothing new here. Haven't gotten anything back from dispatch yet. And back down to 200 at least. And maybe once I can get at least some of this coolant cycling through the engine. Truck started to overheat, so I had to put it on the side of the road to keep it from getting too hot. So I'm just going to take it over to Petro and have them change the parts, especially since I have it on hand now. I don't feel comfortable going any further down the road until I get that, until I get it changed. Doing the damn speed limit, so why are you even coming flying up on me at 15 miles an hour faster? send a breakdown thing now and let's see. Hurry up. Miles, I got, oop, come on, 581,277. No, it's 6504, isn't it? We got reefer hours. $12,038 for reefer hours. Are you gonna type my info or not? Or are you just being stupid? Maybe the keyboard came undone or something? APU hours. 12,286. Let's see. AGR cooler. Hose leaking. Truck overheating. Petro. Okay, see, okay. All right. Now, need to get a picture of this, so come on. So I know what information to give them at break. The shit. They turn the flash back off. Alright, I better go ahead and end the stream here, and so I can take care of things here, and then I'll give you guys an update whenever I can get out of here or figure something out. So I have to be a little hasty on this, but I normally don't like to have the phone in with me, but I kind of need it in there. So I'll talk to y'all later, okay? So I'll give you guys an update whenever I can. Thanks a lot for hanging out and watching, by the way. See how it goes. See you guys.